It never rains in Southern California, except today. Oh, hey folks, welcome aboard Flying with Mike. We're sitting on the ground in Ontario, California, Southern California. Oh yeah, skies look kind of gloomy here, kind of rainy. It's not supposed to rain in Southern California. That's what the song always says. Oh well, they lied. All right, folks. Well, we are kicking off this week finally. Sorry, after 48 hours of working. Now, granted, we get sleep at work, so no tears in the beer for me or anything like that, or in my case, coffee. But anyway, I just never get good sleep there, and it is what it is when we got to work 48 hours. So. I was just tired, so that's why I took a couple of extra hours, got a little nap when I got home, so that we could be better in the seat for you all. So here we are. Felis sits on the ramp, 747-200. We're flying for FedEx Express Virtual using Atlas. That's one of the airlines that steps up and helps them when cargo's a little heavy or when I feel like flying them. So anyway, and I can get credit with the VA for it. So, and they can't yell at me for not flying within a month. That doesn't happen often, folks. But anyway, we're here. Great aircraft in front of you. Get ready. 3-man crew, as we're about to show you. And we're going to do it as one person. Okay. To be totally honest, 2-man crew could fly this plane, pilot, flight engineer. The other co-pilot, he's great to have because he does the comms, he does the radios, he does a lot of stuff. But when you boiled it down, you could, not legally, but you could do it with the captain or the guy in the left seat or right seat and the flight engineer. He's pretty much needed because there's a lot of stuff that goes on his panel. He's not back there after takeoff going, "Wake me when we get there, James." No, he's actually working his little tail off, keeping pressures, making sure everything's good, maintaining and all. So they all work, folks. It's just you could, and as we prove, it could actually be done with one. Oh gosh, what a flight that would be though. Man, that would classify as a flight from hell if it was just one person up in the real plane. But anyway, we're on a sim, so it don't matter. So you know what? Let's get into the office and let's get this bird powered up. Interesting. Why is that like that? Okay, well, we'll do that. It's not supposed to be, but it is. All right, so we're in the office. I'm kind of bummed. That should have been my... Oh well. We'll kind of look at it from here. Okay, here's the captain, first officer, or pilot. They switch off pilot flying, not flying duties. And then you got your first officer back here. Looking at the control wheel, I am going to bear with me a second here, folks. My apologies. Oops, wrong button. Resume. I am going to calibrate real quick, so hang on. Just seeing the control wheels the way they are. It's always safe to do that. I kind of saw them moving, so. And that does make for some trying takeoffs. And landings. Okay, and as you can tell, I'm using a Satec X52 Pro. However, as we discussed in the previous stream, uh, I can't put the radio stack on my throttles because, well, I was a dummy and didn't install a CD-ROM on my computer. So after all the house buying and stuff going on right now in our lives, maybe I'll be able to get one. My luck, X-Plane 12 will be out, and then we'll have to go that route. All right, so, all right. Make sure they're all scented. Okay. Like I said, my apologies, folks. I didn't notice this before the stream, so we'll get this accomplished, and there we go. Also, while we were waiting, I didn't connect either, so DX811 will be the call sign. We're in a 747-200. Oh, yeah, 472 I typed in. Boy, I'm real good today at typing. There we go. All right, so we'll give it a few seconds, double check before going. Hang on a second. My moderator just chimed in. Okay. All right. All right, he'll be on later if we're still flying. All right, so the door's closed. Let's get into flying this plane. And I've got her, folks, cold and dark. Well, actually, let's talk about this. What do I have up on the screen here? All right, this, folks, is our loadout for today. And of course, it's gonna play. It is acting like. No, it's not on. Okay, it is really acting that way. All right, so as you can see, we're going 1,000 miles. We're aiming for 36,000, and our alternate, which is, hang on, CYQQ Comax Airport, not too far away from Vancouver. It's, well, 100 miles. It's 100 miles north and west of the field. We're planning a contingency of 5% and 20 minutes fuel. Now we're going to adjust these numbers here once we start looking at Sim Toolkit, but I just wanted to get the minimum out here from here. The other thing we can see here is how we're loaded. We are not loaded people-wise. We are loaded cargo. So Felis, I don't know of a mod that will allow me cargo, so we work with people to get the numbers we need. So our payload for today is 125,740 pounds-ish, leading us to 516,714 pounds. We'll get the full out here in a minute. So here's our load sheet from the airplane. All right, so let's go back here. Let's go to ground. First off, set the chocks and the GPU. All right, from here, I'm going to leave it on this. Well, actually, we'll just do that for now. We're going to go over here to the flight engineer. Okay, Cold and dark, we've got no battery, so we'll turn that on. We'll turn our standby power on, and we have our powers ready. Now, what I'm going to do first, check them real quick. External 1, we got juice and hertz, as well as Gen 2. So now we'll just come up and close them. Okay, we're on ground power, folks. And then I'm going to come over here real quick, kick on the nav lights so they know we're juiced up. Set up the lighting for now. Do a quick check. Start aligning the INS system. By the way, this radio, and this one, they do not function in Flight Sim, but I set them up as if they did. Okay. And go here. Those two are aligning. Now we'll get the third one. Okay. Coming down, we'll deal with these later. Actually, we don't have to deal with these on this flight. Okay, start switches are all off. Valves closed. Finally, we'll turn our radios on. Perform our test. All right, that sounds a little low. That's better. Okay, there's no test here. Okay, and finally, power on. Perfect. And we got good tests there. And we'll do a quick overhead check. All light bulbs look good coming down. All light bulbs still looking good. Okay, and we'll head back up top, turn those off. All right, so we've got the panels, we've got it juiced up a little bit here. So let's go back here now and finalize our payload. Okay, and I am going to try to bring some toolkit in here. Perfect. All right, so with Sim Toolkit, we hit the load sheet. Now I told you things are going to be a little different. So we're at 516,800 on the zero fuel. We're going to run with 94,527 pounds of fuel. It's going to be a little different than what kicks over there. That's because SimBrief did this. And our cruise is 36,000 at Mach 80, Mach 0.08 or 0.85. I'll get it out eventually. FedEx 811, we're a 747-200 Classic, Mach 80 point or 0.85. Air distance 1121, and there's our crosswind for the day, 293 at 82. So we got a pretty stiff wind. So the aircraft's going to be a little crabby today. Again, you can see the alternate down here of COMAX. Again, our cruise altitude. Finally, 94,527. We already seen that, and our route. All right, so before I forget, and we are currently at Ontario. Here's the current weather broken down for you here. I'll give you a couple seconds to read it. But basically, it is 40 14 degrees Celsius, dew point of 10, no winds for the most part, and visibility is 4 nautical miles. So folks, we're marginal here. Pressure is 2995, and we have a scattered layer at 1400 feet. So yeah, it's kind of iffy weather. Let's see. I want that one again. We're going to take off on 26 right. Well, actually, I was planning 26 left. It's closer to us, unless ATC decides to dictate otherwise. We're at 944 feet. You can see all the rest of the specs on it. So 257 on the heading, 258 we'll call it. Okay, so we'll get rid of this. All right, let's get to work here, folks. We're going to load the plane while we're in this state, and then we'll turn on the ACARS system and then get to firing up the plane. Okay, this is going to drive me batty today. All right, if it's going to keep this up, we're not having fun. Okay, so the payload from the load sheet. Zero fuel weight's what I'm looking for. Okay, there it is. Okay, so what ooh, dang it, hang on. There we go. We could board it like this, or we can instant board and load. We're now instantly loaded. Okay, now to fuel the plane, we have to do that on our own. So we're going to pump in. We're going to get to a total fuel load, we know, in the 90s. Then I'm going to pull it up again and get the right. I think it's 97. I'm way off. 94.5. So we'll go with 95. Okay, and again, instant refuel loads us right up. And then we're ready to go now, folks, packs wise. Okay, so over to here. Let's look down. Oh, I'm sorry, down to this panel. Everything loaded in properly. We'll get this set up here. I just like to make sure the fuel came in proper. Okay, firing up the APU. Okay, we got to wait for the APU door to close or open. There we go. Now we just wait for it to stabilize. Now, how I'm going to work, folks, is basically you could do, well, right now we're working on the electrics. So we'll stay there working those panels, then we'll move over to the next and just so forth, testing everything and getting them set. APU is up and running. So I'll close these two off first. Hit APU 1, we're looking good. APU 2. And then we will close. All right, we have power on the plane now, on from the internal. So we could now power up the bus for the galley. See, it's starting to drain on it, which that's why you don't run it on takeoff and landing and so forth. While we're here, we'll come down, set our panel lights. And check all the lights. Okay. All look good over here. Another thing we need to do up front, I am going to turn up the PA just a little. COM1 is up, COM2 is up there. Make sure my radios look good before we'll be doing a further test. We've got tests to do on the main panel and down here, as well as where we're at now. Okay, so with this, let's hit the bleed air, trim air, humidifier. Okay. Bringing air into the plane. Start hearing it as we apply the recirculating fans in. Okay. Now I'm going to kind of zoom in here. And we're going to set 37,000. Again, QNH here. $29.95. So we'll set that here. That's an easy one. We're on auto. There are pressure checks you can do here by going. I'm going to omit those, because one day I am going to learn them all, and it takes a lot longer. Okay. Again, we're just checking. Oh, I hate this. Can never get it the way I want to be able to see, so we'll just go with horns. Oh, now I did. Okay. Perfect. Okay, that was the actual engine fire check. You saw the bottles up in front. Okay, now we're going to test the cooling system. Good. Aft cargo heat. Good. And okay. All of our tests. Looking good so far. Primary 2. All right, now we're checking the landing gear here, and then we'll come across to the hydraulics. Okay, so test button is right here. Right front, or left rear, right rear. Off. No lights. Here. Tilt, which is the two outer ones that you always see almost straight up and down in flight, and then the doors are closed. Set. Test. Okay, now over here our test is very simple. We're testing quantities. Make sure they 0 and lights come on, 0 and lights came on. For now, we don't need any hydraulics. And again, we're back to the pressurization. All right, down to the fuel panel now. First thing I want to look at is we'll do the jettison. All the lights are off, all the switches are off. Good. Coming across. Reset fuel used. Okay. Then we're going to check our pumps. This automatically turns on with the APU. No fuel in the center. Okay. Then we're going to check our cross feeds. Light on, light off, light on, light off. Just did that one wrong. Okay, we're all good, folks. Everything's looking good over here. The last thing we want to look at is our engine gauges. Oil quantities are all up in the green. Everything else. Here's your N2 for starting and other engines. And then up here, we have N1. I don't think we have N2 up here. No, we do not. Just N1. So when you're starting, you're going to want to look at those back there. All right, let me get these flashy ones off. Set the panel lights here. And I'm going to go ahead and set these. Okay. All right, so let's start our tests here. What I need first is an ILS. So bear with me a second here. Go to, because we're going to do a check of the flight of the ADI and HSI. Right, that's right in front of us. Oh, we don't have ILS. Okay, we'll do 8 left. 8 left is 109.7. Okay. And then over here, let's do this one, 11135. Okay, so what we're doing is what's called up left, down right. Well, it's already right, so it's not going to move that needle. But up left should put it to the other side, and you're going to see your glide slope. Okay, down. Again, you'll see your glide slope. That's a good test on here. Moving across. Okay, keep going. Make sure we're off. Dual heading off, and we'll do an altitude check here in a minute on this, and then we'll turn this on again. Up left. Perfect. We're not going to get a right because it's right behind us. Perfect. But we do get down on the glide slope. See the needle went down, just like on an ILS. This one will have it up. Okay. And then you can take them off. We'll set those later. Make sure your radio and INS are in radio. And then we come down to the next level. Okay, so clock is set. We'll get the speed bugs here in a minute. Let's do a test here. That's good. Clear that. Coming across. We'll go ahead and set the altimeter. Unlike the 727, you set it here, it sets both sides. 29.95. Then you'll have to set it, oh, nope, it didn't. 29.5. We'll check over here. Zoomed in. 29.95. We'll turn that off for now. Okay. So we finished here. let's do a test of our radar altimeter. Good. Set that up. Okay. Now, I'm going to move to the center look here. Let's do an instrument warning test. See all your lights here and here. We'll do it again. Okay. Set. Reset. All right. Max indication. There's the audible. Hang on a second. It is just way too quiet in here, folks. Did I turn this one? Okay, do it again. A little better. Okay, and I'm going to go ahead and set it up to at least 3,000. Okay, next up, ground proximity.
Pull up, glide slope, glide slope. Pull up, glide slope, glide slope. Pull up.
Okay. That's checked. We'll probably have to do it again. Original Big Mac, welcome aboard. Hope you're having a great day. Okay, next up. Okay, we did the ground proximity. Let's do the rudder ratio. And I hate when it's been... All it's going to do is light up here. And it does. Push to test 1. Push to test 2. Green, yellow is what you're looking for. Same thing over here. Before we go, landing gear levers down, green light. Push to test 1, yellow with the ones green, and 2, all green. Okay. We can do the same test here. Got used to the 727 again, folks. Okay, as you can see, it sets everything over here. We're not going to get that sound, though. Okay, now we go back to the other side. Okay, went to the wrong one again. We'll come down. We'll set our radar to 150. And that's it. We're just powering up the CRT. Remember, we're all used to LCDs and whatever we call them today. Back then, CRTs needed to be warmed up. That's what we're doing. Remember, we're talking 70s when this aircraft came out, folks. Okay, like, which one was it? Pan Am, I think, said something else here, but it's the same click spot to show them and remove them. Here's your INS updating. If you're running with the INS, I'm running with the FMCs. Okay, all of our switches are guarded. Brake source looks good. Again, our engine instruments look good. Flaps 0, on our gauging. And in the 0 position right there, spoilers are down. And we'll do a config check here in a minute. Gosh, I'm really hating that it's doing this today. Okay, moving over, we're just looking at the lower instruments. Here's your surfaces. Hydraulic pressure, we'll get that going here in a minute. And there. Okay, to do the takeoff check, config check, all you got to do on this one, now you can move them all, and I do that just to make sure. But just move number 3. That's telling you you're not configured for takeoff. And I move them again. Your stape trim, we'll put it in the green here eventually. Our fuel levers are in idle cutoff. And our stab trims or cutoffs are guarded. Parking brake is set. And CRT is up there. Don't think we have anything else other than to make sure our radios are set. Now, NAV radios and all of that, that's what we'll call the pilot stuff. They have to do that. But we can come through here and do some checks. We're on standby. Now, the checklist is going to call for us to be in GA for takeoff. We're going to be in TOD, takeoff dry. Now, there should be in my thinking, and again, it's my feeble thinking, there should be a TO wet, TOW on here, but there is not. So we'll keep it in TOWD. Then you have continuous. Then you go to climb thrust at about 1,500 feet. And then cruise, obviously at cruise, and then GA. Radar to standby only, and we'll move it up 5. I do not know how to test it, so we will not. I think it's pretty simple. I watched a guy do it once, but I didn't really back up, forward to see it. So and it's not a requirement. These are your different AT modes. I believe the first one, and see, that's one thing I don't like. They're not well depicted here. EPR, Mach, speed, or IAS. See what I mean? They're just not that well marked. Okay, and then our trims are good. All right, so the pre-flight from the flight engineer is actually completed. And we'll go ahead and lock the door. We can actually turn the power off. We don't need to be wasting any of the energy on that. And we're aligned. So we'll go to nav, nav, nav. I only do this one just because I think the checklists, when we go through them, they give them a headache. Now, a couple things on this overhead. Very well done. No RTO, so we do not set max brakes. We don't do anything. Set off. Any skids on, body gear steering. Now when we push back, I'll try to remember, but you'll notice the body gear, that's the stuff in the middle, the gear, will actually turn to help the radius and help wear and tear on the tires, because it would really hurt them. There's a lot of money in rubber on this plane. 18 tires, taking the weight of a 600,000 pound aircraft, yeah, on landing. Okay, so we are done here. Now let's get up front here and take care of the FMC. We'll pull that out. Route menu, pilot, F plan. Okay, so we'll type in KONT. CYVR. For flight number, we'll just go FedEx 811. And execute. All right, let me bring the route up since I haven't seen it in a little bit. There we go. Okay, so we're going to take the, it's called the Pomona 1 departure. So we'll go to departure arrival, departures. Don't click here first, start over here. Now, The winds, I'm going to double check here. Sky Vector. Okay, so Sky Vector, my bad. Believe it or not, I already forgot. 140 at 3. So I could shoot off runway 8. Oh, and that's right behind us. Let me see if we have any conflictions here. No, we do not. Heck, I'm not even showing up here. Hang on a second. I'm looking on SimAware, so bear with me. Slow aware is what I call. Oh, there I am. And we have no control over LA. Yeah, we're gonna take the 8s. So we will want actually the longer of the two is 2.6. Let me look at that one more time. Hang on a second, folks. We're 140 at 3. What is LA doing? That kind of is how you judge how they don't have an ATIS. They did a few minutes ago, so hang on a second. The other way to judge this is to go to FlightAware and see what the actual airport is doing. Okay, so FlightAware. KLAX. And once it stops twirling here, I'll zoom in and see what aircraft are doing. Looks like they're going on the 2.5s. Let's see if Ontario shows up. See what they're doing in real world. They're landing 2.6s. Okay, so we'll stay. Oh, I think I just killed what I did want. Ah, I hate when I do that. Hang on a second. I got to get SimAware back up, or SlowAware. All right, and there I am. Okay. Nothing up towards there. All right. So we're going to stick with our game plan. Game plan being 2.6 left. Let me look at that one more time. 10,000 feet. Yeah, we'll go with 2.6 left. Pomona. And what's our transition again? I think I saw EHF. Okay. Execute. Now we'll go back to F plan, hit next page, and then we'll fill out the rest of this, which is J5, Juliet 5. This con will close out at Seattle. All we got to do is type S-E-A-C. Like the sea with the beach. P-A-E. And that's it. Oh, wait. It'll probably be that one. 110.6. 110.6. Okay. Just doing a quick check on my charting. All right, so we have that loaded. Execute. Next page. No, we'll have to go back to F plan. NAV. Next page. FL360. All right, and then we go to legs. We'll do a quick look here. And what I want to do is I'm going to bring in and try to, I recommend, folks, if you're flying here, keep this chart up. I'll have it here in a second. Wanted to make sure I was on the right one. Browser, where are you? Okay, so here's our routing. Here's where we're starting at, down here at where it's blue. That's Ontario. You can see we're coming up here to, I think that's Shafter. Yeah, there's Shafter VOR, Juliet 5 to Seattle. So there you go. We got some weather as we come into the Seattle area. It's marginal both there and at Vancouver. Here's PAE. So what we're going to do is just make sure we don't have any discontinuities. The only one we would have is if I'm actually going to put it in. So our arrival will be Payne to the, let's see here. Vancouver is 200 at 17. Now the runway selection here, 8s, 26, 13, and what is the 30? No, 31. $7,300 feet, that's a little small. So we'll either take 26 left or 26 right. Now FedEx parks on the south side, so we'll take 26 left. No transitions. Execute. Back to F plan. Legs, and now we'll check for discontinuities. Boom. Clear that out. Now we got a vector, which basically means we're going to fly straight from whatever that intersection was. And then we'll fly out at saved and then turn in. We'll be turning inbound at saved. We'll see how this all works. Execute. Don't like that these aren't staying steady. I guess because of the vectoring. Because they're good on all the others. Okay, folks, that's it. Let's double check. And that's because of the vectoring. I want to check something here since I've gone ahead and done that. Just in case, we'll put that on. All right, hang on a second, folks. Okay, my ILS is not matching up with theirs. Let me check the other one. C1 VR. I got it. I figured it out. Helps to be at the right airport. Oh. Okay, now let's look at this. 26 left. There we go. All right, now we look better. Much better. Okay, so we're vectored. Okay, so we're basically coming off Vancouver's VOR, it looks like. No info. Vector straight to saved. Okay, got it, and then we turn. Okay, got this. Okay. All right. It all makes sense now. All right. So basically when we get to Vancouver, we'll go this way, turn, come in. All right, so we got that all squared away, folks. We're ready to blast out of here. FMC, we'll set this one over here to progress. Actually, because that's playing with my mind too much, we'll set it on legs. Actually, no, we'll set it on climb. There we go. All right, let's see. I think it's going to want these on. Well, we'll just find out. Okay, so we got the APU, we're on the gens. This one's easy to read, this one's not. I hate that. Okay, we're good, we're good. Go ahead and charge up number 4 electric pump, leave the rest off. Then we'll look up front. Got pressure. All right, let's go through the checklist, and I'll do it a different way. You go up top here, folks, under Boeing, click Checklister. There it is. Start.
Before start checklist, please. Gear lever and lights. Down and check. Brakes. Parked. Start levers. Off. Radios. On and check. Flight control hydraulic power. On. INS. Check and nav. Compasses. Slaved. Window heat. On. Seatbelts and no smoking. On. Emergency lights. Armed. Exterior lights. Damn.
Okay, they're wanting the beacon on right now. They're thinking we're ready to push back. Incorrect. So we'll either skip or check.
Flight instruments. Check. Altimeters and clocks. 1014. Set and cross-check. Radio INS switches. Radio. Radar and transponder. Standby. Indicator lights. Check. Engine and wing anti-ice. Off. Stall warning. Check. Mach airspeed warning. Check. Auto brakes. Check and off. Body gear steering. Arm. Anti-skid. On. Autopilot and flight director. Check and off. Takeoff warning. Check. Auto flight enunciators. Check. GPWS. Check. Instrument warning. Check. Flight director computer selectors. Check. Instrument source selectors. Normal. Reserve brake valve. Closed. Spoilers. Down. Static selectors. Normal. Oxygen mask and regulator. Check and emergency off. Brake pressure. Check. Stabilizer trim. Check and on. Rudder and aileron trim. Check. Checklist completed.
All right, folks. So really, the one that I thought would hang up 2 of them always will hang you up is exterior lights. And all that is they actually look for the beacon to be on. Well, we're not ready to push yet. So that's why I either skip it, check it, whatever. The other one that always gives troubles, for me at least, is GPWS. Today, it did not. So now let's move over here. And let's go through the next one, because I'm sure I missed something.
Battery on. APU panel. Check. Auxiliary power. Check. Engine oil quantity. Check. Fuel quantity. 94470 pounds. Fuel panel. This.
Hang on. That just meant I need to turn the pumps on.
Check and set. Pressurization controls. Check and set. Bleed controls. This. Check and set. Hydraulic quantity. Check. EPR computer. Let's see.
Okay, this is one. I'm going to go ahead and click so I can show
Circuit
what we
breakers.
did.
Check. Indicator lights. Check. Electrical panel. Check and set. Air conditioning controls. This.
I always forget which one it's looking for. Okay, hang on.
Check and set.
Okay.
Fire control and wing overheat panels. Check and set. Equipment cooling. Check. Passenger oxygen. Check. Hydraulic panel. Check and set. Fuel jettison panel. Check. Crew oxygen. On. Oxygen mask and regulator. Check and emergency off. ADPs. Off. Checklist completed.
Okay. What happened? I guess, again, remember, it's ready to push back, and we're not. Because it'll take, well, you just saw, it takes about 5 minutes to go through these. You can't be cleared to push back in that amount of time. So, with most guys on ATC. So after start is our next one. All right, so we'll come back because we got to kill the galley power, kill the packs to be able to start up. Okay, so over to here. And I'm going to just get the map on. Believe me, it was so tempting to take off the other way. But I don't want to take off into incoming LAX traffic, so we'll take off in their flow. Actually, let's go ahead and bring this up. You zoom out. Is that good enough? A little bit more. There we go. All right, and here's traffic, folks, that's out there, both VATSIM and with my live ATC, which I'm going to go ahead. Yeah, we'll leave it on. It isn't hurting anything yet. Okay. Well, we can disconnect.
Cockpit to ground. Disconnect ground power. Ground power disconnected.
Perfect. And I like the thing here that the crew back and forth. All right, so we're ready to start. So let's call upon better pushback.
Ground to cockpit. Please show me where you want to go.
All right, so we're going to do this pretty much right to here, then right to here. That way the body gear steering gets
Ground to cockpit. Tow is driving up.
set, and it won't, you know, it'll be set and we can taxi instead of kicked over one way or the other. All right, so let's hop up here. Once we see him in sight, we'll, there he is right there, we'll start pulling chocks.
Cockpit to ground. Remove the chocks.
Okay, for FedEx, this is a big Cessna 208 hub for West Air, and they park over here, folks. Your 767s and DC-10s or MD-11s will park here. ATRs up a little further up.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed. Ready to connect.
Okay, so let's get in here and get ready. Beacons on. Last check. All right, over here, backs off. Okay. Again, when we're starting, we're going to start engine 3, then 4, then 1.
Tow connected and bypass then inserted. Release parking brake.
So just so you know, we just do it from this way. We'll start by going to the ground, start. When we get start rising or something to that effect, we'll switch over to being watching and 2 building. Again, this is engine 3, so once it hits 20, they'll tell us. We'll then lift the fuel lever up. Packs have to be off, as does galley power. Of course, APU needs to be on bleed, and obviously the generators. Okay, so we're going to release brakes.
Parking brake released.
Starting pushback. And you may start engines.
Okay, so starter valve open. Oh, I gotta go up here to do that.
Ready to start the engines.
Now,
Ready for engine start.
okay. Get back a little bit, and then we'll move this to ground.
Starting engine 3. Starting engine 3.
Start valve open.
Okay, valves open. And we watch.
Set and 2.
Fuel on.
Okay. And then we can
Lights
see
up.
it dialing up. We can see our EGT coming up, N1 coming up, and the EPR for it. We're going to do single engine this time. And then
Engine stabilized.
1 and 2 we'll do together. I'll show you how I do that. Yes, this APU can handle it. Okay, we are stable. Let's go for number 4. This one I like to do from up here.
Starting engine 4.
Start valve open.
Okay. Here comes 20%.
20% and 2.
Fuel on. Light up.
Okay, got the light on. EGT is up. fuel flow is coming up, and
Starter
N1,
off.
and stabilizing.
Engine stabilized.
Okay. Now, how can you start two engines here? Seems kind of daunting. It's really easy. Just got to remember the sequence.
Starting engine 1.
Starter valve open.
Okay.
Starting engine 2.
Starter valve open.
Operation complete. Set parking brake.
Parking brake set.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
See them both building, and this happens in real world, folks.
20% and 2.
Fuel on.
20% and 2.
Fuel on. Light up. Light up.
Okay, both engines coming alive. They would do this a lot to save time for other people so they could back up.
Starter off.
Okay, and we've got
Engine stabilized.
engine 1 stable,
Engine stabilized.
engine 2 stable. We'll go ahead and send him away. We'll sit over here because he'll be on our right side. Now, the one thing we did not do in our pre-flight is set the radios, set the gauges. So we're going to do that.
Disconnected and bypass bin has been removed. Hand signal on the right. We'll see you next time and have a safe flight.
And thanks for flying with Mike. All right, let's get these panel lights dialed up. Got about these over here. There he is, and where is he? There he is with our pen, and we're good. I'll just hit him real quick. That way he knows we saw everything set. Starter valve closed. Coming down. Window heat on. Okay, we're done with the APU. We'll keep things lead closed, APU off. Okay. Again, we're set for 37, and here Alright, we are set panel-wise. Now, like I said, I want to get our navigation stuff set up here real quick. So, come up to the middle, bring in charts. Let's take a look at Pomona real quick. Alright, and let's get us on here. So here's where we're at now. We're going to taxi all the way down to Whiskey, get on and go. Pomona. Alright, so basically we're going to climb on a heading of 258, so we'll set that here. Get our speeds here in a minute. Intercept the Pomona radial 114. Okay, and We are going to need 15.4, which will be an intercept of 317. Okay. That sets us here, so Pomona is 110. It's at 110.4. Okay. And then we're intercepting 115 out here. 4. Perfect. Flight director's on. Okay, and lastly, okay, so what we have set here, folks, Pomona on number 1, Shafter, EHF on number 2. We're going to fly out, intercepting Pomona 114 to Pomona VOR, and then cross Pomona at 7,000. So we're going to be on a pretty steep climb here, folks. So we may keep the flaps set at 20 or 10 for quite a bit because we got heavy mountains to get over real quick. Then from Pomona we go to our transition, expect filed altitude 10 minutes later. So from there we'll come off on the 294 to Buck and up to Shafter. So we're going to be working our butts off to get to that point. All right, pretty simple, hopefully. Let me get us back down here. Okay, and for now I'll put this up here, and we're ready to go. Lastly, we'll come over here, hit performance calculations. This takes a couple of seconds. All right, first thing I'm going to do is put in the weather. Weather here, 2993. Runway length, 10,200. Airport elevation, 994. Runway heading, 258. Okay, runway conditions dry. Temperature, 18. 293. Winds, calm. Okay. Alright, so speed bugs will set, and now they should be spread out over the gauge, and they are. Okay. So V1 is 131, rotate 140, 154. We need 4,500 feet of runway for takeoff on a 10,000, so we're good there. And we'll set 14 and 4.1. Okay, so how do we set 14? Come in here. Here is our flight director. Oh, pitching down. We want to pitch up. Set that line. I'm going to set it right about there. And that's what we'll call where we come off the runway at, okay? By the way, see, we got AI coming in. They're flowing off of FlightAware, by the way. Okay. Same thing over here. Okay.
Legacy 1418 Bravo out of 5.5 for 4,000 launch.
Okay, we're set for 36,000. Frequencies all set. We're not going to turn our auto throttle on. We're ready to taxi. However, we have an after start to do. And I usually forget one here too. With the fog, let's go ahead turn the engines on. Engine anti-ice on.
5 seconds.
After start checklist.
Flight recorder.
On.
Start switch.
Off.
Beacon lights.
On.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Start levers.
Idle detent.
Engine and the ice.
Off.
Electrical panel. Let's see.
Oh,
Check. Back valves. Open. Dual warning lights. Out. Hydraulic panel. Check. Flight recorder. On. After start checklist completed.
okay. Next checklist. Okay, we need to set flaps to 20.
Flaps 10. Flaps 20.
Okay, and get that stabilizer set. Just in case, I'm going to go ahead and make sure we're in the green. Okay, and then flight controls. See how the gauge moves? Again, this is the gauge right here. Always make sure your indications are centered when you bring them back. Better. Okay, we're good with that. And yaw dampers, seat belts, fuel heat, totalizer, and cargo heat on. Okay, let's do it.
Taxi checklist, please.
Flaps. Flaps 20.
Flaps 20.
Takeoff data. EPR and airspeed bugs.
Set and cross-check.
Stabilizer trim.
Set in green band.
Probe heat.
On.
Flight controls.
Check.
Yaw dampers.
Check.
Seatbelt and shoulder harness.
Check.
APU. Off. Fuel heat. Off. Totalizer and gross weight. Set. Flight engineer and pilot panels. Check. Aft cargo heat. Normal. Seatbelt and shoulder harness. Check. Taxi checklist completed.
Okay, so we'll get that as we're taxing. Here we go, folks. Brakes off.
Parking brake released.
Here we go. Hang on, folks, hang on. I did forget something. All right, now we're good to go. Parking brake off. Taxi lights on. Got a long taxi, folks. And this is where the ATR is parked. Also another one here. Finally, yes. Finally, we're moving, original Big Mac. Finally. Hour and a half later. It's a long plane to get started, folks, if you're on the INS, even longer. It also doesn't help that it's been about 2 weeks since I've flown the plane. Oh, it is. To me, I love going through the pre-flight on this plane. It's intense. And yeah, folks, don't ever believe the song that it never rains in Southern California. All you got to do is look out the windshield. Pretty gloomy, rainy day here. Onward and upward here once we get to the end of this 10,000 foot runway. Granite cumula all around us, folks. Well, we got to make sure we're at that 7,000 foot and continuing on the Pomona. Take a look at it again as we're taxiing. We need to be above 14,000, at or below 7, so we'll be definitely working our way up, but we got to be above 14,000 in 29 miles afterwards. So we got to be climbing hard. Then we can start easing up as we have now crossed over. But folks, there's some pretty good sized mountains. I think they're 10,000 foot. So we're set to go all the way up, and hopefully we can make this work pretty good for us. Now, Ontario Airport, Southwest has a big presence at. A lot of airlines do. It's in the central part of the LA basin. But also, where FedEx had a very big footprint at LAX, UPS has sort of like here. A couple of planes go into LAX, but the majority go into here. And I guess I look at it at a trucking standpoint, because that's what I did. Not for UPS, but I could see coming out of Ontario more than I can LAX. It's more, like I said, central, and you can feed out throughout the basin a lot easier. Just truck driver, call it dumb old truck driver, thinking. And probably is dumb old truck driving thing. They just probably got a better deal at Ontario instead of LAX. But also Amazon has a pretty big footprint here too. So the prime aircraft come in and out of here. Let's see here. Come up and get a look outside. Pretty much. Okay, here's the terminals, and it's kind of weird. They're separated. And that's real life, folks. I don't get it why they do that, but Amazon is back here. So really interesting the way this airport, is. Oh boy, I think I thought I screwed up. Give you a nice look as the Queen marches her way down towards the end. Now back over here in this corner, that's the UPS hub. And they too have a bunch of turboprops. Amerifleet or Ameriflight or Fleet, whatever it's called. A couple of other companies do the dirty work for them. And some in their own colors. I don't know if any of them are in UPS colors. Now, we talked about body gear steering. We're talking about these landing gear down in here. If you see, well, they're not really turning much. FSX, they turn pretty heavy. You get up here, we'll get them to where they turn. See how they're articulating? It's hard to see it, folks. You got to know what you're looking for, but they do. And that's why they do it. It saves wear and tear on those tires, and it, like I said, helps in the radius of the turn. But there's the big UPS ramp here. And of course, FedEx goes there. No, I'm pretty sure that's why they're at the other end. Keep them apart. They'll fight. No. All right, I'm going to hold up right here. Hang on a second, folks. I want to advertise this over at FedEx Flying. And the wife's got a phone call, so stand by. Okay, folks, we'll be right back. All right, so for those of you subscribing, we'll continue on. I've got commercials running to try to hopefully counteract the automatic. But we're just getting ready to head on from here. Just doing a little advertising at FedEx, so if anyone wants to come up and watch, they're more than welcome to. Make sure everything's ready to go over here. Okay, and let's see how those commercials are going. Just brought up the weather, by the way, folks. You can see, pretty cruddy, hazy. Like I said, it's not Southern California like the music. All right, so let's get moving again. They'll be with us here in about 10 to 15 seconds. Okay, so checklister. Okay, so before takeoff, we got to consider icing, cabin alert, transponder. Get that set right now. Yeah. Okay. Ignition. Come up here. We'll get that set. So when we go through, we go right through. And all you got to do is put them all on flight start. Okay. Wing ice is on. Okay, now we're going to get disgruntlement in them for the body gear. We'll leave that as is. Pack valves will close here in a minute as well. All right, so welcome back, everyone. We're taken to the runway. We should. Hang on, let me move this out of the way. Now let's see if we can't get the body gear to do what I'm wanting it to do. We'll hold 1 second. I'm sure nobody's going to get angry with me. Does not appear to be. Ontario traffic, FedEx 811 heavy, departing runway 26 left, Pomona 1 departure. There, no ATC up so they can't yell at me. Okay, here we go. See how the gear is turning in the middle there? That's the body gear steering. Finally got a good show of it. All right, strobes on. We're gonna line up and wait, basically, folks. The maximum power from this aircraft is if you come from a dead stop, go up to 60%, release your brakes and then go forward, you'll get your maximum performance out of it. Okay, again, 131, 140, 154 on V-speeds, folks. Best climb 307 above 10,000. Okay, we are stopped. So, body gear steering can go off now. Come back here, we'll turn the packs off. Remember, folks, I'll show you how I try to do this on takeoff. I'm going to guarantee I screw it up every time. But as we increment the flaps up, I kick a pack on. Or I try to. Let's put it that way.
Before takeoff checklist.
Icing considerations.
Check.
Cabin alert.
Check.
Transponder.
Check.
Ignition.
Flight start.
Body gear steering.
Disarm.
Pack valves. Closed. Pressurization mode selector. Auto. Fuel boost pumps. On. Cross feed valves. Check. Before takeoff checklist completed.
I'm just looking at the way the engines are feeding, and I'm going to go ahead and turn them on. It's pretty much on takeoff. We're going to open our reserve valves. Okay. All right, folks, here we go. Lights on. And one check over here. Make sure we're showing up. Okay, here we go. Here we go, folks.
Stabilized. Cross set.
V1. Rotate. Positive rate. Gear up. Gears up.
Okay. Right, I'm going to go into ES for our climb. A second. Dang it. Now you get a better view of those mountains we got to clear. Okay, now we're at our first notch for the flaps.
Flaps 10.
Why are we going the wrong way? That is why. We are going the wrong way, which will help us to get to 7,000. Okay. We need to get 2 more notches up.
Flaps 1.
2 packs on. Hogs 0001, welcome aboard. Hope you're enjoying the attempt here. Let's get a good turn in. We're only 5 miles. And I believe that. Okay. Bear with me here as I get reset up here to intercept off of Pomona on the, what is it again? 294. But welcome aboard. Thanks for the follow there, Boggs. 0001. We sure appreciate you coming on board. Well, we got the 7,000. We're over Pomona right now, so we're good. Okay, we're going to do it as we definitely are getting above the mountains. That's always a good thing.
10,000.
We'll go ahead and get it on the INS.
Curving traffic Delta is 1331 clear for my 8 times to the gates per week.
All right, now we're direct buck. We'll just go that route, get the power back in.
Flaps up.
Okay, after start check. Like I said, folks, it has been a little bit. Gear lever landing, ignitions, we can turn those off. Flight. I always like to look. Seat belts will leave. Pack valves open. Fuel heat auto. Auto, 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 and auto, and
After takeoff checklist. Gear lever. Damn.
oh, I didn't turn it off.
Gear up. Off. Landing at local lights. Hold on. Off. Ignition. Check. Seatbelts and no smoking sign. Check. Back valves. Open. Fuel heat. Auto. Off takeoff checklist completed.
Okay, folks, again, my apologies. We're trying to relearn this plane on this flight again. Looks like we're tracking
Los
okay.
Angeles traffic, Walker 447 Handy is lining up. Going to line up 25 left for takeoff.
We're on our way. Coming up on 300. Well, put it back into IAS here in a minute. There it goes, taking over. IAS will be the way it climbs from here. Once we get to about Mach 8283 indication here, we'll switch in. We don't have a Mach indication. Oh yeah, we do. It's in the dial here. My bad. Told you it's been a while. I've been flying 727s for a little bit. You might have noticed that as we keep going to the wrong screen, and I did not turn my timer on. All right, we're coming up on 18,000. Okay, 2992. Now I'll set, and we'll keep it at 400 for now. There's 18,000. Set this one. And we're at 2992. All right. Set, set. All right, so now we're looking for the intercept at 2BD. At 2BD, then we track up to Shafter. Now, why does this gauge still allow me to manipulate it? I have not put it in NAV or in INS. So it's still free for me to use for checking. Okay, flaps are 0. Again, we're looking for 0.8. You know, if we hit 8.5, we'll lock it in. We got a ways to go. Just crossing 20. Last, we can check here pressurization. All right, pressurization's looking good. Temperature in cabin. Just a little back there. Okay, there we go. And again, we're hauling cargo, folks, so it doesn't really matter. Come up here. Okay, we are on our way. Now, welcome, cross-check, and I think take your seats, and then we'll do that on landing. Okay, we are through 25. We're still climbing pretty decently. Let's see how sim aware looks. Taking its sweet time to update. Okay, we are showing north of well, my map shows San Bernardino, not Ontario. But anyway, we're north, working our way up towards Shafter like we should be, which is 56 miles ahead of us. And then on course, looking at 2 hours, 20 minutes, folks, to Vancouver. And as I always caveat this, folks, if the music's too loud, too soft, let me know. I'll kick it up, giving us something in the background. For now, I'm going to switch us into IAS. See if I killed the... no, I did not. So that'll maintain our speed no matter what. Passing through 0.75 on the Mach. Welcome aboard, folks. I hope you enjoyed that challenging departure. Like I said, it has been a little bit. Welcome into the family here of 170 folks. Boggs 0001. Thank you for the follow again. Really hope you enjoy. That'll give you the ability to know where we're flying. Each and every time we go live, it should send you an email with that information. But thanks, we sure appreciate you. All right, I am going to change the view here. There we go. Center us in. There you go, folks. You can kind of see where we are on that map. That way I don't have to keep the AFTAB map. We'll look at it from time to time, but that gives you an idea along the route where we are. I am going to switch back to APR. That will probably cause me to do some things. Back into a little lighter climb here. Again, we're going for the magic number of 36,000. Oh, you know what I also forgot? I'm glad I caught it. The altitude select wasn't on. We'd have just kept going on into space, folks. I don't think it would do that. Where are we? Mach now, just about into the 0.8s. Really wish we could get this to switch to Mach at this point so I could set to 0.85 instead of hand jamming it. And one thing I do want to talk about a little bit is cross the pond. Any of you flown across the pond this past weekend? Love to hear your thoughts. I've heard there were changes, and good and bad. So I'm just curious what you think, because I'm tempted. Will depend again. I wouldn't have been able to fly it anyway, folks. Missed the sign-up part, but I had to work anyway, so it didn't matter. Mute point. But I'd love to hear your thoughts. It's been about 10 to 12 years since I've flown it. It was very chaotic back in those days, and that's why I gave up on it. So, love to hear you. And I heard the Positioning. I can't think of the word now. Your position along the way, you didn't have to do those. So. Oh, hey, sucks getting old, folks. And we're gonna nose it over a little bit more. As we cross over 33, we'll just go into about a 500 foot a minute climb, letting her build up. Like I said, if I get to Mach 8.4, 8.5, I'm going to set in. Here. There you go, folks. Getting ready to come over Bakersfield. We are in the so-called Valley of California. A lot of fruit and veggies for the world come out of here, folks. Okay, we're at 8.2. A little steeper on that climb, not much. About to go into cruise here, folks. Gotta love the way the flight sim changes the weather on you like that. You saw that airspeed gauge just go every which way below. Got about 2 minutes to 36,000. Set us into Mach down here. Okay. We just crossed Shafter. We are now on the Joliet 5 airway. Okay, there's 36. We just clicked off VS. Altitude select is now green. Should go out here in a minute. There we are, folks. We are level 360 and 0.85 on the speed. There you are, folks, looking at the valley. All right, just working our way northward, folks. On the other side of the, believe the mountain range there. But yeah, it should be where like Edwards Air Force Base and all is, for those of you that like flying the military stuff. Probably behind us, but still. Welcome to the valley where a lot of your fruits and veggies come from, folks. So welcome aboard. Hope you enjoy the ride. We got about an hour and 50 minutes or so to go. We'll just be kind of on the side here. If you have anything you want to bring up, like I said, love to hear feedback on Across the Pond. Thinking about it. I think it's October, November time frame next year or this year when we go eastbound, I think it is, from the US to the Europe. This one was westbound, I believe. Well, whichever it is, I'm planning to fly it. We'll see if I actually get to fly it. And I will be right back. Okay, folks, back. The wife was making a call. Yeah, Big Mac, I'm like you. I'm hoping to be able to fly it too. Work usually kills me on it, so. But I'm going to try and keep my ear to the grindstone when it comes out so I can at least get a slot if I'm able. Again, I'll check my work schedule, of course. Our company is no longer providing the services at the airport we do. So I got to first make sure I get hired by the new company. Then second, my schedule with the new company allows me. Because there have been rumors, as always, folks, with these things all over the board of pay, time off, vacation, this, that, the other. So I'm just waiting. July 1's that day. So. Okay, well, we just crossed into Oakland's air traffic area, and they're also... Oh, wait, something's up over here. Oh, Edmonton. Okay. Not worried about Edmonton too much. Vancouver and Seattle, Oakland, that's who I got to worry about. Well, like I said, folks, to help you out there, Original Big Mac, one of my big goals here, once we get moved in the new house, everything's set up again, ready to go, having a stream probably Saturday, let's put it that way, where we may do a short flight into the airport and do nothing but touch and goes, pick an airport near, and I'm going to use Mid-America Airport just because we see this a lot, but we'll pick an airport out there, folks. It doesn't have to be that one. And we just do a short hop in, then fly around the pattern, practice with the planes, get more familiar. Where we're at Mid-America, we see them come in from Jacksonville, from Dover, from Omaha, and basically the military guys come there because, well, one, we don't have much traffic, but in general, St. Louis doesn't have a heavy traffic footprint like the East Coast. I haven't figured out Omaha yet. I haven't figured out why they come to us from there, but they do from time to time. Same with Wichita, unless they're just out getting cross-country proficiencies. But Jacksonville, they get both the cross-country and they get out of the traffic headaches of Jacksonville. Same with Dover, the Northeast corridor. So we'll do something similar. We're not doing 2-hour flights into Mid-America then doing this, folks. We'll do Kansas City. Again, we'll use Mid-America as an example, but not the actual. Say Kansas City to St. Louis, that's a 250-mile run. Wichita to Mid-America. Omaha, again, 200, 300-mile runs. You get the idea. Keep it small. Hour and a half tops in the air to get there, and then we can have enough fuel to play around. If you want to go back, we can. That's what a lot of them do. They go back to their home bases, or they lay over and go back the next day. So that's what I'm looking to do once we get in place. And I'm going to be on VATSIM. So hopefully controllers are up to help people get more comfortable with them, and hopefully they're keen to what we're doing. If not, well, they're going to have to get keen because I plan to do it. Multiple different types of instrument approaches, different types of visual approaches into these airports. So, but that's in the future, folks. I don't have a date yet because I got to wait till we're all squared away, set up. Everything's working like it is now. So that'll work out beautiful for us. You never know how things will be, even going across the town on a move. But I'm hoping the latter part of April, last weekend of April, first couple of weekends into May, doing that. We might even do it a couple of weekends. So we'll see. But do want to welcome y'all in. Hope you enjoy the flight, enjoy the ride. For now, I'm going to go ahead and pull charts away so you can get a better view outside. And here we are starting to come into the storm centers that are up in the San Francisco, Seattle area. So who knows? Maybe we'll have instrument landing conditions. We've had them pretty much every time we fly this thing. So we'll see. And looking in the chat room, we welcome you all aboard, folks. If you like the aircraft, the stream, hey, we'd love you to follow us, folks. Just like Boggs 0001, we'd love to have you come along. We fly this aircraft, the Airbus 320, the 737-800, 767. Sometimes, although it has not been for quite a while, the 747-400. And we do dabble into the Citation and the King Air and Navajo. Going to do a caravan flight here too soon that I have from Coronado. I know Thronda, I think was the name of it, has released a caravan. I may go out and get that and see which one's better. So, things for those of you on the wall, do I want to follow this channel or not, folks? It's free, and all it costs you is an email when we go live. Again, this is the Felis 747-200. Here's how you can get your hands on it. Okay, there it is. I always put this caveat out there, folks. I highly recommend this aircraft. However, just keep in the back of your mind, we know XP11 is coming. Don't know if it's compatible yet. Not sure. Don't even know how we would know that other than in advertising. And we don't know how long it may take for it to become compatible. So always keep that in your mind if you're going to be like a lot of us and get XP11 right out of the box. I may wait a week or two to get a couple bugs worked out, if there are any. But it is a wonderful plane to fly. Here's where we are along the map of the route. Get a bigger zoom out here. We'll be going by the Bay Area, way off in the distance and way under clouds probably, but we'll work our way right up along this ridge line here. Okay, looking at our gauges, we're at Mach 8.5, 36,000 airs on. We're not running into pressure problems and looking good. Let's check our gens. Engine gauges looking good over here. All right, we are looking good. How's our fuel? Let's get our fuel moving. That's right, we got to get that moving. Okay. Get our fuel situated here. Alright, and those will drain. Fuel used gauge up here, each of them. And if we go on a long run, we'll say, most hypothetically, not saying it's coming anytime soon, Anchorage to Tokyo, since this plane's heading towards, or Vancouver to Tokyo. Okay. We're going to have fuel in the center tank, so it burns down first. Once it gets to about 2,000 to 5,000 pounds, we got to turn the scavenger pump on to get it into the rest of the tanks. So that's what this switch is for. That'll empty the tank out, and then we just run till we get down. But for now, we're just, folks, we're pretty much at our max capacity, maximum, but we're gonna stay in wing fuel. There won't be fuel in the center. Let's head back out, taking a look here. And this was asked of me one time what this is about. Let's see if it's on the other side. I have a feeling that's something to do with when the window opens up. Something moves along the channel there. I'm thinking that's what it would be in real life. I have yet to find a good real life video on this plane. So, still hovering around the 8.5s, which is good. And we are on our way. But yes, folks, I highly recommend this plane. It is phenomenal. Okay. Yeah. Pop up here. Oh, Mustang will be our next VOR. 117.9. There we go. Now, we can't really adjust when we're on INS, the other one, because it's being tracked by either the FMCs or the INS, depending how you want to fly it. I take the easy way out and fly with the FMS. Only because it takes time to put all those coordinates in, go through the full procedures up and down on it, and if you don't, you could run into where it doesn't want to work. Which upsetted me the last, and this was back in Century of Flight days, folks. The SIVA really just basically, I couldn't figure out what was wrong with it. So I switched to an FMS program to keep flying. It was an aircraft called Ready for Pushback, 747-200. Aircraft exterior was, but the inside, maybe a touch more complicated than this one. Maybe. And that's saying something for something from 2002 to 2004-5 to what's running out there today. So, that was a really good plane though, folks. And that was back in the days when I flew for Globe Cargo as well. There are a lot of days I'd like to go back to flying for them. They were a phenomenal group. I've tried applying a couple times and never gets through. So, we'll just stick with FedEx Express because they're a phenomenal company. Folks, I recommend them, but understand this. From what my guess now is of their philosophy, they want you to know how to fly the planes. So, if you want to join them, great. They're a good bunch of people. So think about it if you're up for it. Just know that they prefer people that, have experience. They don't require VATSIM. They don't require IVAO or POSCON or Pilot's Edge. I don't even go on Pilot's Edge, folks. I refuse to. One, you're paying for a service, and two, I've listened in on other videos and not impressed that only one controller is controlling an entire region of a country. And that's just not right, folks. That's just not right. I mean, the person probably just enjoying it, but that's not real. So, but I know you all enjoy it, so I'm not going to tear into it. I'm just not going to use it, and I'm not going to pay for it. So, it's bad enough in a plane you're doing 3 positions as one to then have to constantly change radio frequencies to get the same guy. That's really kind of silly. It's understandable in the real world, not on the set. That's one point I don't want to cross over. It doesn't need to be here. And since you're paying for it, you would think you'd get a little bit more out of it. All right, so we're over, I think we're pretty much right across from the Bay Area, but you're not probably going to see it from here. I wonder if we'll see Tahoe. Oh, no, we won't. I was going to say, I wondered if we were going to see Tahoe, but we're not probably. A lot of clouds starting to move in. But welcome aboard, everyone. Hope you all are having a great Monday. Mine started off kind of rocky. We'll just say that. Hopefully not too many feathers ruffled by my grumpiness this morning at the firehouse. But got a nap when we got home, and I'm glad I did, because I didn't want that to extend up here as well. But we had a good day yesterday at work. Saturday, for the most part, was okay. I was on a 48-hour shift. Now, again, don't want to hear crying in the beer, crying in the coffee, because we can sleep out there so that we're fresh in case the awful thing could happen at an airport. Yeah, it was the last, hour of my 48 hours out there was definitely, trying. We'll put it at that. So, enough on that. That's the past. We'll leave it in the past, just like Jesus says. The past is the past. The future is yet to happen. Cast our worries on today. Can't change either the past. The future will be the future, and today, well, that's what we can do our best at. All right, so let's see. Looking into the chat, so really, again, we've got some new folks in here. A question I've posed out there: if you flew across the pond this weekend, this past weekend, I should say, thoughts, comments that you might have? We'd sure love to. I'd sure love to know how it is today. I stopped flying it 10, 15 years ago, very chaotic, and couldn't make your position reports at all, and it was, to me, very disorganized, even though they tried on the surface to make it look organized. So, curious. I heard some new stuff was tried on this one. Curious what you thought of that. I also heard position reports go out the window. You don't have to do them. Would have loved to have known that 15 years ago. Also, any real world overseas, across the pond international pilots? I do have questions for you. If you're out there, let me know. I got one big question for you. I'd ask a couple of guys that I know that fly real world on the sim, but I'm not sure if they fly real world international crossing the pond in the HF world or Seaplunk world out there. So, calling on any international real world pilots. Heck, Air Force, I mean, military or civilian, because the military flies across the ocean too, folks. So, a couple of questions I have, but I got a book here. I could actually look it up. I keep forgetting I have. Well, not right now, I don't. It's packed up, I'm sure. But when I get unpacked, I'll take a look there too if I need to. So, again, welcome aboard. If you like what you're seeing, I'd love for you to click that heart there on the screen to follow us, join in with the 170 that we have now. All it costs you is an email when we go live, and that's only if you click the allow the notifications. But we do welcome you in, folks. All right, let's get a better view here. I'm going to also bring Volanta in. Well, you can all see how we're tracking with VATSIM traffic and all of that around us. As you can see, we don't have any. Edmonton is the only, quote, center up around us, and that ain't around us. So, next flight is scheduled tomorrow. We're going to continue the Calypso tour that we've embarked upon with Guardian Air Alliance. Stand by, let me... Oh, I thought I had that still up. Of course not. That would mean I'm organized. We did a lot of that last week, folks. We did a lot of what I call airline operations, and that's what I think I may start terming a lot of stuff. Because that's another thing that's going to be coming after the move. Multiple stops, where we just land, hit the gate for 40 minutes to an hour, boom, out we go again. Just like the real world. So yeah, we'll be on the Caribbean Calypso Vacation Tour Leg 6 tomorrow. It's basically Barbados to Chamacamad. So Kingston, I believe, is MKJP, so that's where we'll be heading tomorrow. Back into T-Tail, 727. So we'll be doing that with Guardian Alliance Virtual in Pan Am colors. You can already hear people perking up. Pan Am. That's something that hasn't been seen since the 80s, folks. Late 80s, early 90s. Although there is a spin up, and I think it's still operating out of the Caribbean or out of Sanford to the Caribbean. So, but it's a spin up, not a bringing it back. It will be very tough to bring a new airline out right now, especially with gas prices like they are here, especially the way everything is economically. It'll be next to impossible to start an airline. The size and scope of Pan Am that it was. That would be like trying to start up TWA. Braniff, Eastern, all of which may still fly in smaller aircraft. I know TWA doesn't. I'm not sure about Braniff, but some of the other Eastern, I think, may have a smaller version of it out there. But yeah, that'll be tomorrow, folks. We'll be taking the 727. It's about a 1,000-mile run from Barbados over to Jamaica. So if you're into rum, that's where we're headed. Jamaica, man. There you go, guys, getting a nice view of the Queen of the Skies. But welcome in. We are glad you're checking us out. We're glad that our normal pilots are supporting the channel. Folks, we just love the support. So thank you so much for coming aboard, coming alongside of us, and supporting us. Even if it's just following, folks, that is just awesome. So all right, let's get back into the pilot seat here. See what's going on. I think crossed, let's see here, what would be best? I think we just crossed Mustang. Can't remember the line now from Top Gun. You'd think I'd know that movie word for word, seeing it 20, 25 times when I was a kid. Not a kid, I was in the Air Force then, so. Yeah, there's a lot of rain ahead of us. Kind of see it here on Volanta. All up and in here. Kind of move the map down so we get Vancouver in the picture. Just past Carson City and Lake Tahoe's right below us. Hang on, let's get out here and take a look. I think that's not Lake Tahoe. I think we've already passed it because Carson City, I think, is. Yeah, we've already passed it. It's on the other side in the clouds. All right. As you can see, all of this rain up here will be descending through. I will probably turn on the wing ice just as safety measure. I'm not getting any signs of air mets out here for ice, but I'm not going to rule out that possibility. Okay, we are about an hour and 20 minutes away. So any thoughts on the cross the pond that just happened over the weekend? I would love to hear your thoughts, folks. And just love to hear what's involved now in crossing the pond. It's been on VATSIM. I have never used anything but VATSIM to cross it. I hear there's new software possibly needed. Yay or nay? Oh, that was not cool. Yeah, but off to the rear right side there would be where Tahoe is. Let's try some. No, we're not. Oh, yeah, there it is. Just catch the northern edge of it, folks. Not new software for VATSIM, but I heard there's some software out there that was either tested or used across the pond for your position fixes, your position reporting. So I don't know. Like I said, I'd love to hear all about Cross the Pond, so I'm ready for it if I am able to fly it next year. Well, yes, self-cal is available. Matter of fact, that's how they get a hold of you a lot. But it was something to do with the the C-plunk that you get sometimes from controllers. Something to do with that you had to have running with you. I don't know. Again, I'm only going by rumors I'm hearing. So I'd love to hear the truth. But I will probably do across the pond of my own here soon. Be it the Pacific, be it the Atlantic. Just as long as VATSIM does not try to simulate high HF radios. That I will not do. Because that, folks, that is nerve-wracking. If you don't know what I'm talking about, there is a Just Planes video out there. It's about a 6-hour-long DVD. I think it's 2 DVDs. I can't remember. But anyway, first part's phenomenal. It's the planning of going from Toronto to Hong Kong. Talking with the dispatcher, dispatcher then talking to the crew, and then the crew going out and flying it. And you get to hear the HF, the white noise in your ear the whole time, trying to hear someone going. In that case, Air Canada, da 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 da. I mean, it's, oh my gosh, is it hard. And that, folks, is how this plane used to talk to dispatch in the air, high frequency. And really, really hard. That HF is unreal. That white noise is so hard to get. Oh, I really feel for you pilots that had to endure that. Well, oh, you got your clearance through, NatTrack website. You know what? I am going to have to, I know they had a Discord channel. I'm going to have to get on that and find out how they want to do this. So you downloaded a C-Dunk program. Then you got your clearance through NatTrack's website. Okay. I know I know you got the past. Well, no, they'll probably set up their own tracks. So, yeah, you would have to go through some. If you were to use Real World, you'd get in the middle of all of it. Actually, I haven't looked in a long time at Real World. Wonder if they've gotten more than one. The last time I looked at it, there was only like one. And we'll just go west. Oh, they got 4. Well, they're getting close. They used to have 7 or 8 before COVID. Okay, so let's get that chart close to where we're going to be. There's Mustang and any other. We do have another one. Hang on. Oh, it's not on our route. Never mind. Next one is Seattle. We got 16.7, 16.8. 16.8. I don't think we're in range. We are not. Okay. Yeah, I may have to go. There's a couple I wish that would fly it, but unfortunately, like I said, they're real world pilots. They're like me, probably stuck working every time they come up. But I'm going to try to catch the next one. So I need to get up to speed on what all I'm going to need. So IV used that, okay. And see, this plane technically wouldn't have had that. So technically, if I was to build the aircraft specifications up in the flight plan strip, there's no mention of CPDLC. ATIS it'll have today, by today's standards, it would have to, but back then they wouldn't have had that. That wasn't even a thing back then. So yeah, it'd be curious how that would be required with what you're using. So yeah, I'm going to have to start digging in and get involved and maybe, hopefully, get a chance to jump back in the water, so to speak. Cool. Well, I am going to go look for some people that might have flown it. I wonder if Melvin Leroy dabbled in. I know the spy flight did. I'll look up Ivy and who else? And I know like Chewy and a couple, because Chewy was doing it for someone else. So I'll have to look them up and see what's going on. And I definitely need to find that Discord channel so I can definitely stay abreast of this. Okay, so Seattle is not tuning in yet. Oh yeah, I wouldn't expect it this far out. Okay, we're crossing. Okay, so, oh, we do have one. Lakeview, 1200. Maybe. Back. 112.0. Lakeview. We're crossing over that. Are we? Yeah, actually still got a little ways to go. Okay. Should be coming into range here pretty quick. But yeah, anyone who actually flew in it, let us, would love to ask a few questions about it. Mainly find the invite to it so I can get up to it, but I can find it other ways too. Also, would love for you to join our Discord channel, our own channel. There's an invite for it. And we can carry that on there too, so others can be pointed to the right direction who may want to, like me, get their feet wet next year or this next fall. I do know and expect a 6 to 8 hour run depending on the route. Actually could go as high as 10 hours depending where I end up going. So, always fun. All right, why am I? It's like 12 megahertz. That's where we're at. Yep. Curious why that's not tuning in. That's interesting. Should have tuned in by now. Oh well. We'll just go back, I guess, to Mustang. $17.9. Okay, and get on course. There we go. All right, for now, we're 104 miles off. Boy, I would have thought for sure Lakeview would be on the map here. Wow, it's not tuning in unless it's out of, maybe they don't have it in X-Plane. That's weird. All right, well, we'll just keep going outbound on the Mustang. And like I said, 16.8 is, we'll put that over here. Let's do this. We'll still be able to see when it tunes in here on DME. Also, our needle here is VOR, okay. So yeah, we'll see when it tunes in. According to this, well, we'll start getting into our arrival information here soon, as we're about an hour out. So let's do that real quick. We're going to be coming in on the pane for arrival. Okay, top here is our frequencies. Airport's 13 feet above sea level. And 18,000 is transition here, so we don't have to worry about changing anything in the system. Within 100 nautical miles of the airport, safe altitude is 12,800 feet. Okay, now let me see if we have any directions. It does not appear to be. All right, biggest thing is we're going to come over the pane VOR. From Seattle, it's a short loop over there, and then we're going to track outbound 329 to cross Egret 280, below 12,000. We're on the runways 26s, 250, and still below 12,000. I don't see a bar under it, so that's where we'll be under 12,000 feet at. Then we continue on 294 inbound to the Vancouver VOR. Folks, this is not an RNAV approach. You're tracking radials, so you'll track that radial 294 to Egret, intercept Vancouver at 8. That's for continuing on to the 8s. We don't have an implied descent for the 26s. Stand by, that's just driving me nuts. Turned it off. So from MBO, we're going to turn to intercept radial 75 outbound, and then we'll turn inbound on the ILS. So it's pretty simple, easy arrival. Now, okay, so there's our latest winds, folks. 220 at 17. They're gusty to 27. Got 20 miles of visibility. I've never seen it written like that, but hey, we'll take it. We'll see how the sim does it. Watch it make it sucked in. All right, few clouds at 3,000, scattered 4, broken at 9, broken at 10, broken at 12. So we'll be in the soup coming down. We'll see how that works out. 2949 though for the altimeter. Wide and out lowering of this altimeter. I do not know what this scientific data is. SC2 and all of that. Wow. So we'll kind of pay attention to everything ahead of us. Okay, so that takes care of the star. We have got to be almost over that. All right, so 26 left. Okay, that's going to be the southern runway. I think it's longer than the other. That's okay though. We've got plenty of room on it. Okay, so we're going to come off on a 075 radial when we pass saved, or our glide slope is to where we can turn, meaning I want it above. So our glide slope indications will be up here. Once we have that, we'll see where we are on the map. I'll keep it up here, folks. When we pass saved, we'll turn into intercept, and then we'll switch into ILS. Right now, not planning an auto land, but we're going to go into ILS. So it'll grab everything, localizer, glide slope, bring us in. Okay, so again, up across the top, here's our frequencies. Now, and continued on line 2 here. For us, we're going to worry about putting in 110.7 at least over here. 263 here for our course. At the Vancouver VR NDB. That's what this is right here, folks. That's an NDB 266. Also might be our outer marker is what I'm thinking. But anyway, 1,390 feet MSL. And on the glide slope. Very important that we're on the glide slope. We'll get the decision altitudes in a minute. Touchdown zone 7, so we're going to rise a little bit as we go down the runway. Not much, but a little. Okay, there's our missed approach below it. Pretty simple. Out to Georgia at 5,000. So pretty simple, easy, and it shows the hold there. So again, we're coming out 7.5. Right around here, we'll start our turn back so we can intercept properly, and then come in. I'm gonna put us at about anywhere from 3,000 to 5,000, and we'll continue our descent till we can get to saved. We'll be at 3,000. Noxa, we should intercept the glide slope, but for sure we need to be on it by Vancouver VOR or Vancouver NDB VR 266 at 1,390 feet. Then we track it in. Okay. Now this chart here tells us, okay, we got to be on a 3-degree glide slope. And what our ground speed is gives us an indication of what our vertical speed should be. Just in case we end up just shooting a localizer. Or visual, we know what to keep a 3-degree at. Say for instance it's 160. Well, as long as we hang around 850, we're okay. 800, we may be coming in steep or not enough. So, and more importantly, if we are in the soup, the time from VR, Vancouver, to the missed approach point. That is, if again, we're going to hypothetically set it at 160, it's a minute and a half, folks. Could be as low as 140 by here. We'll get that speed in a minute. Come back to this. So that gives you what this is really good for. How long it should take to get to points. If you don't see the runway at that point, you're on a missed approach. Okay, we got a full ALSIF landing sequence flashing system here too. Happies should be on our left. And here is that missed approach again that you read up here. Depicted pictorially here. 420, then to 263, 2000 left turn, 233 heading, and so forth. Okay, now it said decision altitudes are down here. Alright, full everything. That means ILS, glide slope localizer working, approach lights working, PAPI's working. We can take it down to 207 MSL, which is equivalent to 200 AGL. So let's pull this up to 200. That way we have a radar altimeter limit. Okay. Also, 26 on the RVR, if that's depicted, half mile otherwise. Folks, we got 20 miles. And our ceiling is 9,000 feet. We're pretty good on this one. And then as we start losing stuff, that's what this is all about. Okay, so let's keep it here for now. I'm going to go ahead and pull out Volanta. I'm going to go over to the chart and set up our initial landing information. So by that I mean we'll get this part for sure set up, airport runway and all of that. Okay. Come back to that chart. So we're on a 10,800 foot runway. Let's go to landing first. Really hate it when it does that, folks. Okay, airport elevation 0. Runway heading 263. Dry. And now let's find that METAR again. Broken, 20 miles visibility, temperature 9. And pressure 2949. Current wind 20. We are sustained at 17. Okay, we're going to go medium brakes. That'll give us about 5,900. We're going to update this closer, folks. But for now, we're looking at a VREF of 138. Let's go 150. So let's go back to our chart here. and we're going to have to go, we'll go 800 feet a minute, and let's interpretate an hour and 39 minutes, or an hour, a minute an hour. Oh man. I can just see us on a glide slope, an hour to the missed approach point. Oh my gosh, a minute and 39 seconds will interpolate that to. That's all you can do here, folks. I mean, it is what it is. So that gives us 4.1 miles. So the 150 is what we'll call it. So set the bugs for now, and medium on the brakes when we get closer. Okay, so now we're getting the Seattle area up here. So let's come back into the middle. I'm gonna hit progress over here, even though that's gonna drive me nuts. Let's see if we can't go in and stop some of this. Okay, first one was egret. See, this is all wrong. Okay, so let's go back. Egret needs to be set at, let's do 10,000, just like the bombs. Okay. We're going to do 5,000 at input. And the rest of this will be fine. Just won't help us out here much. All right. So we'll do it on our own. We're still not at lag. Wow. Well, that's our last. We're 36 miles off. It never gave us DME. That is wild. Okay. Close that out. Unable to make 10,000 at egret. Oh crap. Yeah, we will. Actually, I've never seen it do this before. Well, it'll make it. Okay. So we're going to switch now to 116.8 here. I think we're still out of range. 10.6 here. Okay, there we go, folks. We are set. Okay, now let's do a little. Let's get back to pane. Okay, and close out. All right, so we've got the last bit. We're getting close to top descent. So we're at 36,000. We need to get down to 10. So 26, oops, not divided by 26 times 3, 78. Let's call it 85 miles from egret. Okay, now egret will be roughly 38, 49, 49 miles off of Payne. Okay. So just about, let's see, 10 miles to Seattle, we'll start our descent, unless told otherwise. I got a feeling I'm going to have to do a lot of this. All right, so we're set up here. We're in INS. We can switch to heading, and once we get tuned in here, .6 for that, okay. 16.8 is Seattle. Curious if that one will come in. It is, okay. No, it's not. Okay, we're 36 miles from Powell. Let's see, there's Powell. Man, we should be pulling this one in too. Okay, why are we not pulling VORs in? Okay, we're going to keep a sharp eye out here then, because I'm starting to doubt my navigation aids. Alright, so not sure why things are not picking up. Let's try 15.6, even though I think that's too far out. Yeah, this is not... Okay, why am I not able to pick this up if I'm supposed to use it for a cross-reference on Powell? Looks like about 140 miles of me. That's not making any sense. Alright, well, we'll do our best here, folks. Alright, 1680 is dialed in. Powell is 17 miles. Okay, a lot of questions on this run. Okay, the big one is hopefully we'll be getting mileage here on Seattle. That's got me a little nervous. Well, we're 150 from Suma, so that will help me in by Seattle is tuning in. So, okay, we're off Powell. Make sure I've tuned in the right one. That is incredible. It's got it as a feed off of 15.6 and it's not tuning in. Okay, we'll see how Battleground does. I know that one's got a little bit of reach. Maybe not that far, but... Okay, crossing Powell right now, according to the charts. Okay, so 141 miles to Suma, which will definitely be in range of Seattle. Stand by, folks. All right, folks, give me a second here. I'm going to step away. I got to get our grill ready to go. Due to the late start, things are a little behind in my household. So hang on a second. I'll be right back. Give me about 5 minutes. All right, folks, a little quicker than I thought. All right, we're out of commercial, so good. So, well, we're just gonna keep going and hope for the best here, folks. See where we are. Oh, wait. So Suma, then we work in. Okay. See it crabbing with that big crosswind we have up here, folks. Definitely a crabby flight today. Give us an idea also on Volanta how ATC is looking. I'm thinking that's about right, folks, for our top of descent. So we're right here. Top of descent's marked there. I think that's pretty close. Hopefully we'll be on VOR at that point, but a little skeptical. I'm wondering if a problem has brewed up that's not indicating. Really hate it when it does that, folks. I don't know what causes it to jump like that. Okay, so and as you can see, folks, the verse of the day, while we got a few minutes, I'd like to just put some thoughts on that. The verse comes from a site, the hashtag verse of the day, all one word, as you see at the top of it. But in him we have redemption through his blood, the forgiveness. And there's a key word there, folks, that a lot of people need to kind of help focus in. The forgiveness of our trespasses according to the riches of his, God, Jesus' grace, which he lavishes upon us. In all wisdom and insight, making known to us the mystery of God's will, according to God's purpose, which he set forth in Christ as a plan for the fulfillment, for the fullness of time. You need all things in him, things in heaven, things on earth. Folks, that forgiveness is a gift, a precious gift that God has lavished upon us. We humans are powerless to fix. We can't fix what we do wrong that well here, and especially what we do to other people. We can't make up for or pay for anything other than what God gave us through Jesus on that cross. And with him each day we have a fresh start, folks. God is in control. He breathed life into us. He could take that breath right out of us. But he gives us a fresh start every day to wake up and say, thank you, Lord, for another day above the ground. And a rebirth just like springtime. So, but it's a terrible cost that Jesus paid to give us this gift. We can't pay for it, folks. We can't work for it. You can only believe in him. You can only trust in God, trust in Jesus with everything you have. So, just some thoughts to think of on that verse, folks. It's what a gift it's been given to us. And if you know, the number one commandment that Jesus gave us, to love God with all of our strength, with all of our might, with all of our minds, and all of our soul, all of our heart. Second commandment, love our neighbors the same way. Not necessarily who lives next door, but that's everyone, folks. Even those who are the hardest to love. And that is a hard thing to do, folks. There are a lot of people hard to love like that, and Jesus doesn't. If we can't forgive, how can God forgive us? Always keep that. That's something that always sticks hard with me. So, forgiveness is a huge player in this, folks, and gives us the right to come to God with our problems, with our requests. Not to say he's a vending machine, okay, or a genie, boom, you get it. 3 tries, no. Because it may not be what he sees down your road. Remember, he can see farther than you can. And he may say, no, not now. Got to get you kind of ready for that. Or, not a chance. You know, that's just not in the cards for you. So, God bless you all. Hope you all enjoy the rest of your week. We'll keep flying on in here to Vancouver. Okay, let's pop in here, see if we've gotten Seattle to come on. No, we haven't. Okay, we should, I think, be past that point. All right, I'm going to be right back, folks. I started smelling my grill, folks, and I'm like, wait a minute, I better go check and make sure we don't have a problem. We don't. All right, so not really sure if we don't show any problems. 26. Okay, Suma is 32 miles out. We should be tuned in. Get this. We should easily be pulling Seattle in now. Because at Toma, we're going to start our descent. According to this, that'll put us 32 miles. 42 miles ahead of us. Seattle another 20, so that should be perfect. So between Suma and Toma, we should begin getting set up for our descent. Okay, so let's go over here and get some final numbers. Now we have light rain, 210 at 13. Still at 9, 2952. Okay, so now we need, medium brakes. All right, so let's get set up for the descent. Medium brakes. Anti-ice is on. Six. Okay, so we got that all set. Really concerned we don't have any VOR right now. No DME indications that we should be getting. Okay. just concerned, folks. We'll see how this plays out when we get in there. Okay, something's hosed here, so that could be causing all our troubles. Is very concerning to me. We should be picking up at least DMEs. Wonder if that was part of our problem on takeoff. Alright folks, sorry about that. I didn't realize I was muted. I forgot I was just talking with my wife about first time firing up the grill. Okay, we are right now 17 minutes out of Vancouver, coming over the Seattle VOR, and we're not getting much on navigation. We should be seeing stuff over here. We're not. We just crossed Seattle, by the way. So until I get a more warm and fuzziness about going off the INS, we're going to stay on it. Because I don't trust my instruments as of right now. And I'm not sure if I accidentally tripped something, he commanded something or not. Plus, what this is doing is weird. Yeah, we should see DME here, folks. These are too good, and we are right over 1, so we should have been showing it. So, either we have a failure in progress or something. I can't figure it out. Okay, I'm going to come in a little tighter here. We're going to switch on to the approach plane. So here's the star. We'll be coming off on the 329. Okay, let's get the latest weather. Uh, 2952. Hang on a second, folks. Alright folks, sorry about that. Gotta love the first day of the grill, and ooh, is it smoking. Okay, so 329. Okay, we just crossed over Payne, as you can see up here. We're heading up to Egret now. That's where we actually got to be at under 12,000. Which obviously we have made. Alright folks, I am still not confident in my radios. I'm going to level off here. Set my heading.
Now to level up.
Yeah, I am not confident at all. Folks, there's nothing. Okay, we're gonna hope for the best here, folks. Not very warm and fuzzied at all with this. Can't get my radios to work. Just make sure here. Know what that did. Okay. don't see any reason why those radios should not be working. Okay, well, what we briefed, folks, we're going to be actually executing here. So let's double check our speeds, make sure everything's good to go here. 138, so about 148, 150 will be our coming down speed, so at about 800 feet a minute. So we'll be about in between these two big marks here. As we approach, why we're not getting it, I do not know. Okay, we are at 250, we're under 12. Now I'm going, once we start our turn, I'm going to start descending us to 5,000. Sad thing is I won't have a glide slope, it looks like. Okay, let's get those lights all on. Okay, 121.7 I see there. Okay. By the way, neat little airport right there, folks. Bellingham. I've been in there once on stream. It was actually a fun little airport to go in. We're in between. Let's take a look again. Okay, we got about 13 miles as we pass Ebgum to IMIPO, which is where we make our turn to 7.5. Really wish I had my radios.
Vancouver traffic, 28, clear to 6,000, departing to the east, let's go, Vancouver. Vancouver traffic, again, the 115 spotting,
Nice thing about this plane, folks, you can actually dial down the volume on it. So those controllers and pilots too loud in your ears, all you got to do is reach down here, turn the volume down.
Prepare for landing. Please fasten your seatbelt. Adjust the back of your seat in the upright position and stow your tray table. Stow your luggage in the luggage bin or under the seat in front of you. Our cabin crew will make a final check and pick up any remaining cups and glasses.
Okay, we're going to come down to 3,000 now. Still 2952. Boundary Bay is that airport, folks. You saw it ahead of us. We're going to go ahead and now bring it down to 20. Which is just above clean speed. Okay, we are under the clouds. That's a good thing.
Cabin ready.
Okay. Alright, we're going to go quiet on the music now, folks. This is going to get fun. Alright. Let's see, 260, that'll be a good one.
Vancouver traffic for 812 on your runway 26 left, head down to 5. I'll be waiting 2 minutes for station.
Vancouver traffic, FedEx 811 heavy, turning base. Direct saved, 426 left.
The FedEx will get called in. How many miles away are you from the runway?
Once we cross saved, we'll be 14 miles out, so we're probably in that neighborhood. See if it's going to take. I don't think it is. Okay, we do not have a localizer. I'm going to keep coming around. Let's go heading. Vancouver traffic, we're approximately 14 miles out. Visual for 26 left. Type 747.
Okay, thank you. We'll get out of here before you connect.
Okay, we're at 3,000, looking for a runway. No navigation.
And arriving traffic into Vancouver, you might want to use the 26 right. Everybody's using 26 left for lining up and departing.
Good traffic, clear 812, being out on my 26 left, Vancouver. Vancouver traffic, Canada 504,
Flaps 10.
Okay, folks, I think we have the
And
runways.
Air Canada 2806, if you're lining up, go ahead and line up and wait. We'll do a minute and a half spacing.
This aircraft line short front about 26 left.
Roger that, thank you.
Gear down. Flaps 20.
FedEx 811 is approximately 4 mile final, 26 left, gear down.
Flaps 25. Gears down. Green light. Flaps 30.
Got the runway, we're taking it. Arm up the spoilers. And we are flaps full. Well, folks, hopefully this doesn't end in a go-around. I don't think it will.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be landing shortly. Please make sure your seatbelt is securely fastened.
CC79 at the go down.
Sink rate. Sink rate. Pull up. Pull up. Sink rate. Sink rate. Sink rate. Sink rate. Sink rate. Sink rate.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10. Check reverse. Auto brake off. 60 knots. Out, off, reverse.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our destination airport. Please remain seated until the captain has switched off the fasten seatbelt signs.
Vancouver traffic, FedEx 811, clear runway 26 left. Wow, wonder how bad that landing was. We'll see. Oh, not bad at all. I think ground is up still, so I need to get with them as soon as I get squared away here. Okay, let's get her cleaned up. All right, so flaps up.
Flaps up.
Okay, and brakes are off.
Vancouver traffic, Air Canada 2 heavy, line up on 26 left.
All right, let's get over to ground and get our instructions. We're on Alpha. Vancouver ground, FedEx 811, exited runway 26 left, we're on Alpha.
FedEx 811, are you going over to the FedEx hangars?
That's affirmative for FedEx 811.
Okay, FedEx 811, I'm just going to have to contact center for a sec. You're on the left side of the runway, so I'm going to have to cross you back over. Just stand by.
Excuse me?
FedEx 811, you can continue taxi on Alpha Hold Short, runway 31.
Continue taxi on Alpha, hold short 31. Huh? Really?
Vancouver ground transit 112 mic check.
Air Transat 112, Vancouver ground reach 5.
Ground, Westjet 733, we're ready for takeoff in sequence.
Westjet 733 can contact center 133.7.
Okay,
And that must have
33,
came
7,
up when
thanks
I
for the
was on
services,
final.
so long.
Those figures.
See ya.
All right, so got to come up here and hold. Okay, we'll run our checks while we're here.
After landing checklist.
Brake pressure. Check. Body
Vancouver
speed.
ground, Air Canada 416, ready to pick up our frequency to Winnipeg with information. Northern minus Nevada,
Outer brakes. Off. Ignition.
Air Canada 416,
Engine and wing and yard. Off. Radio transponder.
Damn. Standby.
Flaps. Up. Spoilers.
Down.
Stabilize the trim.
Hold on. Seven units.
Outflow valves.
Air
Open.
Canada 416, Vancouver ground. You're cleared to
Manual.
Winnipeg by the Vancouver 1 departure, flight plan route departure, runway 26 left, squawk
This.
5113. Okay, clear me the Vancouver 1 departure, flight plan route, depart 26 left, and squawk is 5113. And FedEx 811, cross runway 13, hold short at Echo.
FedEx 811 crossing 13, holding short at Echo.
Okay, that's your first left.
Checklist completed.
Vancouver ground transit 112 requesting airport clearance to Calgary.
Air Transat 112, you're cleared to Calgary by the Georgia 6 departure, flight by north departure, runway 26 left,
I'm
squawk
not sure what they're
5115.
doing here, folks, but it's their show, not mine.
Clear to Calgary, Georgia departure, runway 26 left, squawking 5115. Transit 112.
Transit 112, Rebecca is correct. Contact me for push. Air Canada 416, ready for push and start. FedEx 811, it is your left right there. If you can make that. Roger. And aircraft calling, a second. Air Canada 416, ready for push and start.
FedEx 811 holding short, 26 left at Echo.
X81, continue hold short, I'll call your crossing.
811 copies. I don't know why, there's nobody out there, but you know, hey, it's out of my hands, folks.
Vancouver ground, Air Canada, transit 112 ready for push and start.
Is that 112 push starboard?
Roger, push and start for transit 112.
Not really sure what we're waiting on, folks. There's nobody lined up on the runway, and
FedEx 811, cross runway 26 left on Echo.
FedEx 811 crossing at Echo, 26 left. FedEx 811's clear, 26 left
Parking brake
on
released.
Echo.
FedEx 811, turn right there on Delta, K Delta.
Right turn Delta to FedEx.
FedEx 811 is going to be Delta all the way to the end, and then Delta Yankee into the FedEx room.
Copy. Delta to the end, Delta Yankee into FedEx for FedEx 811. And I think we took out some of their real estate. Oops. Strobers off again. All right, long way to go. Short time to get there. Let's see, Delta Yankee. Oh, all the way. Okay, I see what we got to do. Go around the horn on Delta, which means we may fudge it because there's airplanes in the way. Gotta love contaminated runways. Looks like we're on fire. Hey, we might actually get over to Delta
Air
Yankee.
Canada 416, safe taxi. Air Canada 416, runway 26 left, taxi Juliet Charlie, Juliet Hotel Delta Ultra 26 left. Okay, Juliet Charlie, Juliet Hotel and Ultra 26 left, Air Canada 416.
Alright, we'll get around him with no trouble. told me Delta Yankee no hold short, so I'm going straight. Although I thought there was a center line inside there for those 4 spots right there. It's interesting how AI vehicles just keep moving.
Vancouver ground, transit 112 ready, taxi for 26 left.
They obviously have never heard of the law of gross tonnage.
Squawking mode Charlie, transit 112. Vancouver ground, transit 112 ready, taxi for 26 left. Transit 112 still not squawking mode Charlie. Vancouver ground, transit 112, we have squawk mode Charlie. Okay, 112 still not seeing you, maybe try the pilot climb. The button in the X pilot or whatever you're using, and it'll say there will be a squawk button on that.
Ground, FedEx 811's into blocks. Thanks for the ATC. Have a great day.
See ya. Here,
Yay, we don't have to hear that anymore. I was about to come on and tell them, you might want to turn a radio on. Check your transponder, make sure it's in TARA, or at least up a notch. Alright, not bad, folks, for a flight that, well, we didn't have much. We had no navigational radios for some reason. Okay. Alright, you gotta love it. Let's do our checklists here. Brakes are, well, we hope in parked. We'll find out here real quick. Ground, and they are not. Set
Cockpit
chocks.
to ground. Put the chocks on.
Alright, beacons, okay, going over here.
Chocks are on.
Alright. APU is on. Okay, we got those off. Okay. Okay, and reserves can go to off, which we didn't do earlier, which would still have caused it. Okay, we are on generator, we are on bleed air, right? Yep, we're going to shut the engines down. Okay, we'll go up here, align, align, align.
All right, secure cockpit checklist. Brakes. Damn. INS. Align. Probe and window heat. Off. Back valves. Check.
Few boost pumps. Wait.
All right, now we can turn those pups off.
Off. Reserve tank valves. Closed. Hydraulic panel. This. Check. Oxygen. Check. Flight recorder. Off.
Emergency lights. Hold on. Off. Radar. Hold on. Off.
INS. Let's see.
Okay, we'll get those guys all turned off.
Off. Radio switches. This.
Check was completed.
All right, folks, there you go. Welcome to Vancouver. All right, let me take a look at some things while we were taxiing. Ah, you did the go around. I see, Mr. Hawker. I thought I heard something about go around, and I'm not going to on a 10,000 foot. All right, but 387 feet a minute got recorded. That's not bad. We're going to come off VATSIM now, folks. There, that'll make them happy. Last thing I want to do, let's pull up Sim Toolkit. Let's go ahead and get rid of charts. Sim Toolkit, where are you? Okay, and we got a report. Okay, 387. While we're at it, we will stop. Okay, we landed 234 feet a minute by their standards. We'll log it. Cool. All right, and nice. On the map, and we're good. Check mark is good. All right, folks, so let's take a look at the landing report here, shall we? As we got it from the Hawker 125, our moderator who finally made it in. We're on the center line. Well, we'll see. Okay, we're doing this one. Well, pretty close. All right, we actually had the right runway. Sometimes that doesn't happen. All right, so 3,000 feet down. We're inside the landing zone. Can't get on my case there, Mr. Hawker 125. And we were on center line. And we didn't go into the ocean. So we did good. We went about 2,900 feet down to runway, which is fine. Got past all this garbage back here. Got off here, if I remember right, and taxied to here and back in. I thought there was a center line through here. That's what I get for thinking, because now I don't see it. That's pretty good. So I guess you would hold short. Okay. Yeah, there's no lines back in here, folks, so it's really, holy mackerel, free-for-all. All right, but anyway, there you go, folks. 387 on the feet per minute, 148, so we're a little fast. But, you know, hey, we made it. That's all that matters, especially with no radios, which I still do not know what happened there, folks. That explains a lot out of Ontario where we turned the wrong way. So I don't know what caused that. If I missed something or what. Anyone out there with a clue? Hey, I'd love to know. I love flying this plane. I love when I get a problem to try to figure it out. This one, I had no idea what it was. So, anyway, folks, we are here. And let me just make sure the aircraft is still buttoned up, because we're going to go back and take a look at the arrival. Let's get some appropriate music in play here. Let's do this one. We don't do it much. Let's go. Really been nice to have the localizer at least working. That was kind of fun in fast motion. Now let's do some learning, shall we, instead of having fun. Obviously, Hawker 125, you were correct. To go around would have been the appropriate call. That is definitely the inappropriate attitude at that point. I'm wanting to see, did I touch with the nose gear first? Kind of a 3-point, okay, 5-point landing there. Well, I'm not going to complain, folks. It could have been a lot worse. Really do not like that effect. It's just horrid. Hope X-Plane 12 gets that fixed. but I don't know if if Microsoft does it. But you are the PIE, you are right. I was the guy in command, and I decided, go for it. Hey, it's only water at the end, folks. It'll float, right? A big tub. Alright, let's roll it back. Let's see what kind of tower view we get. I can't remember if I've been here. Yeah. Folks, it's going to look beautiful from here. Well, folks, thanks for your time today. Thank you for coming out. We've been on for almost 4 hours, 50 minutes, and I just hate that effect. It just looks horrible. Oh well. Anyway, folks, welcome into Vancouver. Should have been a lot crappier weather, but you know what? It turned out pretty decent. Well, as we come off the runway here, let's see if we can find anyone to hand this off to. Pay forward some of the raids that we've had of late. And see if we can't give it to them. We don't have anyone airborne right now. Well, that's not good. Oh well. Well, folks, we'll just continue on our way off the taxiway here in a big cloud of dust. Folks, y'all have a great Monday night. I'm going to go eat some burgers. First time firing the grill up today, and hope y'all enjoy. God bless. Remember, forgiveness is a huge gift God gave us. And forgive your neighbor as he forgave you. That neighbor could be that person you really don't like at work. God bless you all. Have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow.
Shocks removed. Cockpit to ground. Put the shocks on. Cockpit to ground. Connect to ground power. Shocks are on. Ground power connected.